Hello from Wroclaw in Poland, where we have a feast of archery action for you. It's the World Youth Championships. I'm Alec Wilkinson. With me in commentary is former world #1 Nikki Hunt. Nikki, so much to look forward to today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Compound Saturday from the Youth World Champs, and we've got all the compound matches, team, mixed team and individual.
Yep, plenty to look forward to. Over 500 archers here in Poland, representing 58 countries. And 6 different nations are contesting the under-18 medals at these championships. So plenty to look forward to. And it looks like a beautiful scene and a beautiful setup there in Wroclaw, where, of course, they've come through all the qualifying rounds previously during the week. And now we've come to the big climax. First up is the under-18 women's team in the compound, all compound in the morning session here in Poland. Then we've got we've got the bronze and the gold medal matches. Then we've got the team, the men's team, we've got the mixed team, and then we've got the various individual medal matches as well. So without further ado, let's get things underway. Obviously no spectators here this morning, but plenty of other team members there to support their compatriots, and very soon we're going to get to meet our first finalists in the under-18 women's team for the bronze medal match. That will be our first, and I guess, Nikki, at this point it's when you start feeling the nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into the stadium now, they're going to be high heart rates and full of adrenaline, ready for the competition.
So it is Italy against Russia. Italy on the left-hand side of your screen wearing white, Russia wearing red. So 2 Martinas representing Italy. Obviously excellent archers who have fought hard to reach this point, but Nikki, you know, we have to remember they are under 18. Most of them are 16 years old. This is quite an intimidating atmosphere, even though it is in that grandstand only their team members.
Yeah, that's right. You know, this is the World Championships. Each of them want to go out there and get a medal, bronze medal match. So they've got to win this to get on that podium. So I think this is sometimes it's a higher pressure match, perhaps, than even the gold medal match.
So 3 archers on each team. We will have 4 ends of 6 arrows for each team. And the way it works, if you're new to this format, is the whole of the Italy team will shoot first, then the Russians, then the Italians have their second shots, and then the Russians, and that will form one end. So, all the pressure on our first shooter for Italy, and she shows no nerves at all, does Martina Serafina with a 9.
Well, the conditions here are looking pretty windy. We can see the flags in the background. It's going to make it difficult for these compounders. Shooting at 50 metres on an 80 centimetre face.
First Russian arrow of the competition. in the medal matches.
Very quick shot. Sometimes it's good to shoot fast in these conditions. Avoid getting blown about in the wind.
There are time limits, of course. So it's all square after the first set of arrows. Martina Serafina with her second.
Score shown tied. I thought Italy had a 10 in that first segment, so let's see. Oh, little twitch. So I thought the release was going to go off. It didn't. Just got to reset. Keep on pulling.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for confirmation of that score in the left corner. You're right, Nikki.
Oops.
Little trip in their excitement there. But the Italians happy with their first end.
Not sure if there was an 8-7 liner, but they're really going to need to put this one right in the middle to have a chance here. Oh, going off slightly to the right.
Marina Cherkezova rounding off that end for the Russian.
So we'll just await confirmation of the scores, but it looks like Italy have taken the lead so far.
Yep, certainly the Italians are happy with that that end. I make it 56-53, but as you say, we'll wait for confirmation of that.
So confirmation, Italy taking that first end. (56-53). We're shooting 4 ends, and it's raw score will take the win.
Yep, pretty straightforward, the compound archery scoring. So 3 more ends to go. This time it's Russia to go first.
See the archers really getting buffeted in that wind. It's so hard to hold that scope on the middle. Another 6 there, all going
Trying
to the
work
right.
out- Yeah, trying to work out the direction of the wind based on those. I know they've got windsocks all around the field to help them.
Yeah, they've got there'll be flags on top of the targets, and there'll be different flags around the stadium as well. So they've got to use those for information as to what to do and where to aim.
So that's 2 gone right of the target. Serafini in good form at the moment, not showing any signs of nerves.
So the Italians making a bigger improvement there.
On the coverage, like 2 targets the Italians are firing at.
Yeah, so each team have 2 target faces to shoot at. They've got to put 3 arrows in each of those target faces. It doesn't matter what order or who shoots in them, as long as we end up with 3 arrows in each target face.
Now, we've seen the Russians mostly go for 1 target at a time. The Italians choosing a different method, sort of choose different targets in their round. Why would that be?
It's just totally personal preference. I think the reason we don't shoot all in one face is if you had 6 arrows in that same small face, you would chance maybe a glance out, so you could hit another arrow and actually it deflect and go somewhere else. So I think that's the reason why we've still got 2 target faces there at 50 meters to ensure that there's no chance of a glance out. But yeah, in terms of the order, it's totally up to them. And every team will pick a different order in a different way, so it really doesn't matter as long as I say, we end up with 3 in each face by the end. Big movement there to try and bring it across to the right. She's obviously aiming off to the left too far.
Sixth arrow at the end for the Italians.
So we saw on that end, the Russians almost ran out of time. They get about 2 minutes to shoot their 6 arrows as a team, about 20 seconds per arrow. They can use that time as they want, and even with the first segment versus the second segment, they can run over a bit as long as by the end of it they're within their 2 minutes. So I don't know whether the Italians may be talking to the judge about that, Graham Potts of Great Britain, the judge, just to question that. I'm not sure, or whether it was something else they were questioning, but the judge is there to ensure that all the arrows are shot within the right time and there's no fouls as well walking across the line, so they've got to be off the line before the next archer comes on.
Excuse for going over that time, because there are clocks there for them to keep an eye on that count them down. Their coaches are also in the background as well.
That's right, yeah. So the coach is there to help. Also in the team round, you've got your teammates. So someone should be counting you down so you know exactly how much time's left. But when you're on the shooter line at full draw, you can't see that clock. So you've got to rely on those people around you to let you know what's going on and make sure you make that shot in time.
So after 2 ends then, 109 to 101 for Italy. Now, 8 points advantage to the Italians, Nikki. How do the Russians come back from that? Is that a huge gulf that they can close, do you think?
Yeah, we're just over halfway through, so anything's possible. It's definitely in these kind of conditions with the wind, so they've just got to keep their focus, keep these arrows going in the middle, which they're starting to do again, and just hope, that something will go their way.
Great shot from Cherkasova. It's obviously a style that they've practiced and that they prefer, isn't it? With Del Duca always going to a different face with her first arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll know exactly what order they're going to shoot and who's going to shoot on what face. That'll all be decided beforehand. And with the way the targets are laid out, you would stand very slightly in a different place as well. So it's probably to do something with that they'll come up and shoot. You can see just the centre of the target with those little white lines on the shooting line. So they'll perhaps stand either side of that as to which face they're shooting on. Make sure they're right in the middle of it.
Murtina. Larina Cherkasova. Can they make an indent into the Italian advantage? Italy chasing 159 total of the Russians. Final arrow for the Italians. It's a 9. So they dropped a few points on that one, I think. Just doing the maths. So it's 164 to 159 in favour of the Italians.
Yeah, stronger end from Russia and a couple of points made up there. So going into the final end, they've got 5 more points to try and make up to either force a shoot off or take the win. So it's all going to be down to this last end.
Yeah, the Russians seeming a lot more focused in that third end than they were earlier on. But now's the moment of truth, the final end that will decide who will go home with the bronze medal. Russia 5 points behind, so they need 6 to seal the bronze. Now, getting 6 points more than Italy in one end, the way Italy have been shooting their arrows, is going to be really tough. But I guess, Nikki, for the Russians, it's just about concentrating on the only thing they can do, which is, get those arrows as close to the center as possible.
Absolutely, and just look at those flags again, and look what the result was. The wind has picked up again on this final end, so it's really going to be more interesting to see what's going to happen here. Can the Italians hold it together as well with these conditions?
Liana Patina with a 6. And 9. So 25 for their first set of arrows. Looks to me like the Italians have kept their usual order of shooting. And a 9 for Serafina.
Archers there just discussing the wind conditions, where they're aiming. Got to pass that on to your teammates. Make sure you're going to get the best of each arrow in these conditions.
So 3 9s there for the Italians. So they've actually pulled even further ahead of the Russians now. I think that was a 10 to finish off with. And it looks like Italy are about to run off with the bronze medal. Russia with 211. Penultimate arrow. And they've done it. The Italians, big smiles on their faces. The Italians hug and celebrate their bronze medal at these Youth World Championships. And a huge laugh and smile. And I think there's an element of relief there as well. Disappointment for the Russians. But in the end, the Italians, in some pretty difficult conditions, actually, because I think that breeze got stronger as the match went on. The Italians just too strong in the end. And a really good performance from them, Nikki.
Yeah, absolutely. They led from the beginning, didn't they? All the way through the match, they kept it strong. And yeah, the conditions are really tricky. You know, these compound bows, you're holding fairly light poundage at full draw, and that wind buffets you around. It's hard to hold still on that small face. So yeah, really good shooting from them, and well-deserved bronze medal.
And just to confirm that final score in the end was 218 to Italy and a total of 211 for Russia. So it was 7 points between them in the end. And now some of the formalities that they go through as the arrows and the target faces have been checked. And the official announcement is that the Italians can officially go off and celebrate now their bronze medal.
Welcome the coaches, judges to the field of play.
So our first medal match is done and dusted in Wroclaw in Poland, and it is Italy that have won the under-18 women's team bronze medal. Martina Serafina, Martina Del Duca and Giulia Di Nardo getting that bronze medal over Russia. So coming up next, well, we've got a whole host of medal matches on their way, but right now it's the gold and silver to be decided in the women's under-18 team category, and it's India against Turkey. The Turks are there and have made their way out. Here come the Indians. With them now.
Target number 1, representing India. Priya Kuryan. Rithu Varshini Senthil Kumar. On target number 2, representing Turkey. Hazal Burun. Nehir Sarihan. Irmak Yüksel. The line judge for this match is Yapi Zurbanov.
And it's a great opportunity, isn't it, Nikki, for them at this young age to gain valuable experience at international level. Obviously, they all have high hopes of one day making the Olympics, the World Championships at senior level. And this is all part of that journey to the top.
Yeah, certainly, you know, the World Championships is probably the biggest event for the juniors. So this is certainly an event you want to get your name on and get a medal on. So, yeah, it means a lot to them.
So India to fire first. The Indian team very strong at these World Championships. So India starting really strongly. Priya Gurjar, who we'll see again later in the individual gold medal match. And another 9.
Arrow just keep popping off the rest there. Interestingly, I think all the Turkish are shooting a wrist release, so you can see that strapped around the wrist and then the index finger being used on the trigger.
Nikki, you fired both compound and recurve. How easy is it to, make that change?
Depends on which direction as well, I think. If you've shot recurve, switching to compound, I think is an easier way. But if you've only ever shot compound, switching to recurve is more difficult, I would say. Recurve's way more physical and a lot of poundage, whereas compound is, I think, more of a mental game, really.
So at some point, these youngsters have to decide, do they want to go to the Olympics or not? And that would involve a change to recurve, obviously. But you're saying that's actually quite difficult this way around?
Yeah, I think you make that decision as a younger archer. Most clubs will want you to try and shoot recurve for a bit anyway to learn those skills, and then if you choose to go off and shoot compound, to do that after a little bit of recurve shooting. Others go through compound if that suits you, but yeah, at the moment unfortunately compound is not in the Olympics, so if that's your dream then stick with the recurve at the moment.
Great shot there from Buran. Lots of smiles on the Indian team. They seem a bit more relaxed than the Turks. India leading 54-51 after the first end. We saw the Italians in the bronze medal match starting strongly. How important is a strong start to help build confidence?
Yeah, I think it's important. The Italians in the bronze match, they led from the front, never gave up that lead. So, compound shoot for raw score. So every arrow's counting. It's not like in recurve with a set system. You can have a bad end and come back. Compound, you've got to stay with it all the time. So I think having that good start is important, but you've got to keep your focus now. Not get ahead of yourself. So just stay in the present.
So Turkey to go first, then two, they alternate. This is a chance for them to just try and gauge the conditions and the wind. The wind looks like it's blowing towards them. So the timer starts to count down, putting them under added pressure. Excellent start to the second end from Turkey.
Ocean.
She made it look very easy, didn't she? Just didn't seem to be any tension there at all.
Yeah, that's what you want. Easier said than done in these conditions, but yeah, these archers are practiced again and again, and you've just got to think, you know, it's you and the target 50 metres away, same as if you're at your club.
Ocean. Descent.
Looks quite a complex bow, that. How the
Yeah.
compound bow.
Yeah, compounds are certainly more technical, so you can see the cams at the top and bottom of the bow. They roll over as the string is pulled back, so initially it's really quite heavy to pull. These archers can pull up to 60 pounds as a maximum. I would think in an under-18 category they should be pulling probably less than that. But as that cam rotates, there's a let off. So at full draw, they might only be holding 65 or 75% of that initial draw. So they might only be holding about 15 pounds at full draw. And that can make it quite difficult to hold it still in these windy conditions because you're actually not pulling very much. So any kind of wind, you really do feel it.
Now, a lot of these teams change their order of shooting according to, you know, whether it's their first or second arrow. Again, is there any sort of thought behind that? Is there what's the process?
Yes, as long as each archer shoots one arrow in each segment, they can do any rotation of that. So, you know, some people like to put their strong archer out there first to begin and end, and then sometimes they'll switch that archer and put them on last as well to finish up the match. So you normally put a less experienced archer in the middle because they're kind of sandwiched between two more experienced archers, for example. So, you know, it's something that's individual to each team and for different reasons. Like the other reason might be how quickly they shoot. Some of these archers you see take a bit longer. And sometimes you want an archer who can be quick and get that arrow away within the time at the end as well. So a number of different factors.
So India stay ahead at the halfway stage of the match, 110 to 104. A 6-point buffer just allows a certain amount of breathing space at this point. So as we watch back some of those arrows, the coach is very animated back of the field there. How can they help in, you know, at this point during an actual match? Is it pretty much solely wind spotting?
It could be a number of things. So yeah, we just heard him talking about the wind conditions with his archers. So, you know, he can even perhaps see a bit of the arrow flight from back there. So he might be able to tell them what's happening and if their arrow's getting pushed over. They can also spot the timing to help them with, you know, how much time is left within the team. But they're also there to spot any problems perhaps that the judges raise. So the judge is there to make sure that archers are not crossing the line too quickly and they could raise a card. So your coach behind you's there to spot any potential problems like that or anything else going on really. The archers should just be there focusing on exactly what they're doing at their time. The coach is there to sort of oversee everything and make sure any issues, then they can spot them and let you know if needed. But otherwise, they're just there for a bit of moral support, I guess. You know, keep you calm, make you laugh, and just keep you relaxed in a match. That's really important.
Expecting a hot day in Wroclaw today, around 27, 28 degrees and sunny. And the cloud that we saw earlier on seems to have burnt off. It's about 10:45, so it's only going to get hotter in Wroclaw as the day's competition continues. Turkey, the chasing team, will go first again in this third end. Neither of these teams made the gold medal match at the last Worlds. Or didn't make any of the medals anyway, with the USA taking the gold in 2019. 2 ends still to go though. Can Turkey come back?
9, 10. 7. 10.
Excellent start to their end by India. Big smile, just bubbling with confidence, this Indian team. Final arrow from Turkey on this third end.
9. 10.
Another 10 for India.
Możliwe 10. 9.
India's 9th 10 of this match. Turkey have managed 6. And that brings the score to 169 to India, 157 to Turkey. And that gap now, 8 points, is going to be very tough for Turkey to reel in. And looking at those flags, the wind was fairly constant, wasn't it, Nikki, earlier on, but it seems to be shifting a little bit. And that's what makes it so difficult, trying to sort of guess which way your arrow's going to go.
Yeah, I think it's quite changeable, the conditions today. It's not as if we've got a constant wind, and that can be helpful for an archer, because if you've just got a nice, constant, consistent wind, you can just move your sight and just keep shooting. Whereas look at the flags now over there; they're pretty still at the lower level, so it's quite gusty. Sometimes it's not a lot of wind, sometimes it's a lot more. So you have to be really on the ball here. You have to be making sure you're alert, you're aware of what's going on, and then make adjustments. So these archers, they might be aiming off, so they'll be putting their sight pin, maybe in the red, maybe in the blue, to make sure that arrow then flies across and gets moved by the wind into the gold. But compounds also have a little spirit level in their sight, so they can also do what we call bubble. So that means cant and tilt the bow to one side, and that can also allow them to aim off in the wind, basically. So canting the bow over slightly can make an adjustment for the wind.
Okay, so we've got a score correction, 170 now, India, and it's 157 for Turkey. So that is a huge advantage for India.
Yeah, 13 points as we go into the last end, so a lot to do, but in these gusty conditions, anything can happen, so they've got to get out there and shoot their best arrows. That's a great start. Exactly what they needed. Put the pressure on the Indian team to see what they can respond with.
Anything you could do, we could do better, or we can certainly match. That's the message from India.
Well, they said they can do it better. Another point advantage to India.
Two more arrows for Turkey. So a good finish for Turkey in their final arrows. But that gold medal is all but in India's pocket already. And it's a 10. A 7 for gold. And it's done. India shoot their last arrow and take that victory. Celebrations there. India with their gold medal. Turkey will have silver. And India are in line for a very, very good day at these championships. They have gold medal finalists in every category coming up, except for the individual men's. Wait for that to become official.
India are a powerhouse of archery. Huge sport over there, watched by millions of people. I'm sure they'll have lots of supporters watching them today. And Deepika Kumari is the world #1 recurve archer at the moment, so we've got some strong archers in their team in the senior ranks as well.
And what do you think makes them so strong at the moment?
They've been pretty strong over many years now, and it is a massive sport for them. It's one of the biggest sports out there, and yeah, just hard years of hard work, practice, and setting up of teams around the country. I'm sure they've been very successful, so I think it's going to continue to show, and like you said, many more matches for them to see today.
The confirmation then of India Youth World Champions here in Poland in 2021. Priya Gurjar, Paneet Kaur and Ritu Senthilkumar winning that gold medal. And there'll be an element of disappointment for the Turks as well, because obviously they didn't win the gold, but my goodness, they're going home with a silver medal. Again, Turkey really coming through at youth level and proving themselves here in the women's team. And we'll see another Turkish team in the men's competing for the bronze medal match next. But a huge achievement, not just by India, but by Turkey as well, taking that silver. And what will follow is the medal ceremony. Give them the opportunity to celebrate in style in front of their teammates here in Wroclaw.
So here's just going to be an interview.
India,
You just won the first medal for your country here at this World Youth Championships. How do you feel?
Yeah, we are very happy that it's a really good day for us, and tomorrow is our Independence Day. It's 15 August and it's a very big day for India, and we are very proud that we are taken the gold in Youth World Championship.
How do you work together as a team to win the gold here today?
Yeah.
How do you work as a team to win the gold here today?
Yeah, we worked very hard.
We try to. Not just a team. We are all friends.
Yeah, we are all friends and we work it very hard. It's okay.
And we try to relax during the match.
Yeah.
We relaxed and try to remember
We try to cooperate each other. And
how meaningful is this medal?
Huh?
How meaningful is this medal for you?
How many?
Meaningful.
Pardon?
How meaningful is this medal?
It's very important for us. It's very important for our country also.
And it's my first international here. Me and first international.
They both have the first international, and it's a very good experience with them. And we are very happy.
We were very excited for this tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, girls.
Thank you.
It's great, isn't it, Nikki? Because it's just completely sort of genuine, tell it as it is, and they've told us what it means to win that gold medal. But what was interesting was, their approach to the match, they said, was just to try and relax and not feel that pressure. And we noticed that, didn't we, during the match, how much they smiled and how much they seemed to be enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's really important, trying to control the nerves. It's normal to be nervous, and if you weren't nervous at this level, then you're probably doing the wrong sport. So, you certainly come into these final venues with some nerves, but, use that as excitement and enjoyment, and, just try and stick to your normal shooting, which they did really well. So, I mean, for two of them to come in here with it as their first international and come away with a gold medal at the Youth World Championships, well, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of them.
Time now then for the medal ceremony for the compound women's team under-18s. Traditionally known as the cadets. And the three teams making their way to the podium. Italy leading the way out to the bronze medal step.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the compound cadet women team. Panie i panowie, ceremonia konkurencji.
This competition originally planned to take place in Australia, but due to the COVID emergency in Australia, it was decided to move the event to Poland. They stepped in, Wroclaw, and said, yeah, we can do this. We're happy to host it. Obviously, it's a closed event, but it's great to see the other teams coming to support the archers in their final matches. Italy help each other onto the step for the bronze medal. Martina Serafina, Martina Del Duca, and Giulia Di Nardo. And congratulations to Turkey, they take the silver. Burun, Yüksel and Sarihan. Now silver medalists from Turkey. And then we'll hear a big cheer from the rest of the Indian team. So gold to India in the women's team under 18s. And I wonder how many more golds the Indian team will go home with by the end of today. We'll see them in all the finals except for the men's individual. So celebrations then from India. Congratulations to them. The first gold medal of this competition is awarded, and it goes to India, with Turkey taking silver, Italy taking bronze. And up next from Wroclaw is the men's team under 18. Minutes until the next match. Wroclaw in Poland, host venue for the World Archery Youth Championships. And we have one set of medals already been awarded in the women's team, and now it is time to get underway with the under-18 men's team event. We start with the bronze medal match, and that'll be between South Africa and Turkey. Turks are closest to us there on the right in the white. South Africa in their traditional green and gold. The two Devets in the team. So David Devet, Paul van der Merwe and Jacobs Devet. So the scene is set, and the first of 4 ends about to get underway. 4 ends of 6 arrows, so it's 24 arrows total for the match. South Africa to shoot first. First arrow of a medal match, always one of the most difficult to shoot as far as nerves and adrenaline are concerned. A pretty good start. Vet with his first. Ignatius. All these teams, Nicky, they have been through qualifying. Any fatigue at this point? Probably more mental than physical.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a long week. They've arrived last weekend, shot a practice session, I think official practice on Monday, and then all through the week there's been individual rounds, team rounds. So yeah, it can be perhaps more mental at this stage, but you know, certainly if it's your first international as well, just learning about all these different things and when to switch off. But yeah, probably more mental than physical. First archer for South Africa looking really nervous, bless him. He's just got to settle down and, you know, he's got his team around him. Try and feed off them as well. Big movement of the front arm for the archer. Probably was aiming left and just trying to help that arrow go into the 10, which it did.
How much do you use visual sets of flags and so on, and how much do you just go by your stick in your arms and so on?
I missed that. I couldn't quite hear you. Could you say that again?
I was just wondering, certainly for you, you know, when you were doing your archery, did you go more by the visual of what the flags were doing, what the windsocks were doing, or was it more instinctive, you know, feeling the breeze on your face and your arms and so on?
I think it's probably a mixture of both. With compound, because they're looking through a magnified scope, that they can only see the target. They can't see the flags or anything at full draw. So they've got to look around at the flags and the things around them before they shoot. And then I guess if you have seen that visual and you can feel what's going on, then you've only got the feel when you're at full draw, unless your teammates behind you are telling you, you know, they're confident to tell you where to aim off. And some teams are. You've been shooting together a reasonable while. They can stand behind you and say, yeah, you need to aim here. Then that's great as well. So yeah, it's definitely a mixture.
So end one complete, and Turkey are ahead, 57 to 52.
53, 57 confirmed.
I think they've had an arrow called up for the judge. Just sounded like it's 57-53 South Africa.
Well heard.
Second arrow was a yes. Second arrow was a line of 9-10. Just got called up by the judge.
Yeah, so the spotters, obviously at the other end, checking the targets. A bit of a discussion goes on before everyone agrees on what those scores are. If the arrow,
Basically, if the arrow hits the line, then it will be called up. So they've got to make sure it is, and sometimes it'll be a magnifying glass to decide, and the judge will make that decision.
Well, no doubts about that one. It was a 9. Looking a bit more confident, the South Africans, with that set of arrows. Turkey, the team to catch. It's Turkey's 4th 10. Oh, So 3 more arrows for Turkey on this end. So we'll have to wait for them to check those arrows before we give you that score, because I think there might be some changes. And at the other end, where we can't see at the moment, at the target faces, Nikki, those spotters, they represent each team, or are they simply the judges?
No, so each team will have an agent who will go up there and they'll go and call the arrows. I think in this case the judge writes them down, and then the agent of your own team is there to then pull your arrows as well. And there'll be runners taking those arrows back around to the archers as well. We just see them being received now. As they get them back, they'll just double check there's no damage to them, they haven't broken the knock or anything, those plastic bits at the end, bright red in that case, just to make sure there's no damage, pop them back in your quiver. So those keep getting rotated around. But yeah, you have an agent at your target who's there to really fight your corner, I guess, and make sure the scores are going down as they should.
Target number 2, 9, 9, 10, 9, 10, 10.
So the judge calling out the individual scores.
So it's been confirmed there was one line cutter on the South African target that was called down. So South Africa 109 to Turkey's 114. So an extra point deficit.
South Africa trailing team. Time for them to go again. Great socks, by the way.
Not many countries get team socks. Just resetting. I think maybe Zari might have come off the rest. Big gust of wind. Give me a quick shot. So we've got to keep an eye on the time for those guys, and you got those 2 minutes to shoot their 6 arrows. A much longer hold, and they're going to struggle for the timing, I think. They'll be okay on this rotation, but it'll be the next rotation where it counts.
What are the implications of going over your time?
Well, you lose the arrow. So if they don't have time to shoot it, it's just gone. But if they shoot it out of time, they'll lose that arrow value as well.
Turkey very much in command at this point, and it's difficult as the trailing team to come back. Another long hold.
9 seconds left on the clock. 5, 4. They got it away. That was important for them.
Well, to have missed an arrow at this point when trailing pretty much wrapped up the match, really.
Yeah.
Vital arrow for the South Africans, but now it's Turkey. Their final set of the end. 2 more arrows from them. And another good arrow from Aslim of Turkey. Well, we'll wait for confirmation, obviously, as the agent's going to check the arrows. But 163 to South Africa, 171 is the unofficial total at this point.
I think he was just having some issue with the arrow coming off the rest or something. I can't quite see, but some reason to reset. Lost them a lot of time, but managed to get all those arrows shot within their 2 minutes.
So I've not heard of a change to that score. As South Africa prepare to start the final end of this bronze medal match, with it all to do as they try and chase Turkey for bronze at these Youth World Championships. Can't do better than that. Wow. So 2 10s out of that set. Turks looking very confident, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really in their groove, aren't they? And shooting a lot of tens, some great arrows. Hard to beat.
So it was a 10 for his teammate. Second arrow is a 9. South Africa's final arrow. It's a 9, so 220 total for South Africa, and that was really a pretty consistent, pretty strong final set of arrows with 3 10s for South Africa out of their 6. I think that was on the line. And that puts Turkey within a whisker of the bronze medal. Final arrow. And they've done it. They're very dissipating for their celebrations, aren't they? Waiting for the official score to come through.
Yeah, it's important you do wait for the final score because, you know, as an archer, you should be really focused on just you shooting your arrows, not really aware if possible what's going on around you. So, you know, the last thing you want to do is celebrate a win and then find out you haven't and have to do a shoot off or something like that. So, yeah, we normally wait for those final scores to come in, official, and then you know you've done it.
Well, the margin is pretty big. It's 228 to Turkey, 220 to South Africa, the unofficial totals.
Target number 1, 10, 9, 10, 10, 9, 9. Target number 2, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10, 9.
So they had one
finally,
arrow upgraded.
Yeah.
129 to 120.
So finally, official confirmation that Turkey win this match. And it's a bronze medal for them in these Youth World Championships. Abdullah Aslim, Eren Kirke and Yunus Arslan. Beating the South Africans 229 to 220. So Turkey's second medal of these World Championships after the silver in the women's team.
Please welcome the coaches and judges to the field of play. And now, please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the compound cadet men's team's gold medal match.
Down now in Wroclaw here in Poland for the gold medal match in the men's team under-18 category. And it's the USA on the left and India on the right side of your screen. India's second appearance in a gold medal match at these championships so far, as we get presented to the USA. Sawyer Sullivan, Isaac Sullivan and Nathan Zimmerman. Kushal Dalal, Sahil Chowdhury and Mihir Appa will represent India, and they'll be looking to copy their female counterpart who won gold here about half an hour ago. Once again, 4 ends of 6 arrows. With the USA going first. 2 teams on each end. So it's 28 to start with for the USA. Now, watching these competitions, you've noticed that there are all sorts of shapes and sizes of archers. Is there a specific kind of shape or size that that helps you in archery, Nikki, or is it absolutely, nothing to do with the physicality of it?
I think like more in recurve archery, we see more sort of the slimmer athletes because you just need the string clearance as well. So it's, I guess, more important. It's more physical as well. Recurve bows, as you pull them back, the poundage just increases. So it's much more of a physical sport, I would say. Whereas compound, it's not so much. You can see that string angle of these bows, much more acute angle, so string clearance isn't usually an issue. And some archers really feel that being a little bit heavier gives them stability in the wind and the ability to keep that bow still. So slight differences perhaps in the bow styles.
Pretty consistent first end from both teams. There's a doubt on a couple of those arrows hitting the line, so we'll wait for confirmation of those. But 310s for the USA, likewise for India. The others are all 9. So consistency just so important, especially in the these early stages where you don't want to drop any unnecessary points. You can see the agent for India there taking a close look.
Target 1, 9, 10, 9, 10, 10, 9. Target 2, 10, 9, 10, 10, 10, 9.
Unofficial score at the moment, 57-58 to India. USA also will be represented in the men's individual bronze medal match. Isaac Sullivan, who we're seeing in action in this match as well, will be representing his country.
Can hear and see that wind getting up again.
Yeah, you know it's getting stronger when you can actually hear it on the microphones. Now, if it was coming pretty much straight at them, obviously if you've got a crosswind, then it's kind of obvious what the effects on the arrow are. But what are the effects if it's coming straight at you?
It can make the arrow dip down slightly. So a wind behind you can raise them up as well and lift them. So yeah, it has to be considered. Yeah, we are shooting 50 metres, and these guys probably shooting near the upper end towards maybe 60 pounds as the maximum. So how much will be affected in terms of arrow flight is probably small. It's really just them being buffeted on the line and trying to keep that sight in the middle when the bow's going off. You can hear a teammate in the background there just saying pull, pull, so just helping that archer, you know, just stick to his process, keep pushing and pulling, keep the bow moving, as he's just trying to let the release egg go off.
We got a good view down the field there. Sight. What are they seeing through the sight? Is it magnified?
What are they seeing through the sight? Yeah, so in compound we've got a magnified scope. So as you see, the eyes are raised here. That large scope. Some will have a dot in the middle, which I think we can see there. Some have a fibre pin, and at the back of the string near the eye you can see a little black peep sight. So that's the back sight of the bow as well. So they're seeing really probably maybe just the gold and red, depending on the magnification of their scope. So just trying to keep on this bow, we can see more of a fibre pin sticking up in the middle of the scope. So just trying to keep that in the middle as the bow goes off.
India with another great set of arrows there and another great end. We'll wait for confirmation of the scores, but look to me to almost be 6 10s from the Indians. Had a 9 on the third arrow. USA on that second end also getting 5 10s, but he just slipped up with an 8 on their second arrow. Real team unity in the Indian ranks, and that's reflected in the number of finalists that they have here, both in compound and in the recurve finals tomorrow. Halfway stage, 2 points in it only. Right arrow. Sullivan with another 10. India really pumped up, aren't they?
They really are, yeah. It's interesting because, you know, some archers like to stay really calm and in their bubble. The Indians really getting fired up. I mean, it's in their nature, and you can hear their team behind them really cheering them on. The archers obviously enjoying it as well.
Seems to be a sort of team philosophy to go out and have fun, try and take the pressure off themselves.
Yeah, it's always got to be about fun. You've got to be enjoying it.
You heard the gold medal winning women confirming that that was their little secret to success. But the pressure's still on in this match for the bronze, for the gold rather. Deep breath from Sullivan. A moment to refocus. It works. So India remain out in front, and they have led for the whole of this match so far. So subject to
Really
confirmation, the Indians have now stretched to a 3-point lead going into the final end. And that is going to be difficult for the USA to close with one end to go, given how strong the Indians are shooting in this match. So both teams going home with a medal, but what colour will it be? Can the USA close that small gap on India in this final end with their final 6 arrows? Can India hold out as they have been since the start of this match? So, Nick, at this point, when you're trailing, is the pressure actually less on you? Because you know that all you can do is your best. And you can do, you haven't got someone breathing down your neck like the Indians have.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. You know, you've got to shoot these in the 10. They've got to be the best arrows. But yeah, sometimes the pressure's off a little bit. But ultimately, every arrow, you've got to be just you and the target, doing your process and, you know, trying to hit that 10, you know, trying your best. And this is exactly the start they needed. They've got to put the pressure back. You know, 3 points isn't much, but this is a high standard of shooting from both teams. So let's see what happens.
Well, certainly an excellent set of arrows there from the Americans. The Indians getting a 10 on all of their first arrows.
So the gap reduced by a point, just 2 points in it, 3 arrows each remaining from each team.
On the line, I think. That'd be a 10.
Yes, it will be. Definitely broken the line.
What a way to end with a excellent 10, 231. Chowdhury again with another 10, but very little room for error for the Indians. Another 10. Eight for gold. And it was close, but he got it. He got the 9, and it's the gold medal for India, their second of these championships. Yes, we'll await confirmation, but I think the men out there know that they've done it. Shake of the hands from the USA, who put up a great fight. And in the end, subject to confirmation, it was just the 2 points that separated these two teams. Well, the USA second gold. They won gold in 2019 at these championships in the men's team compound, but this time they've had to settle for silver.
The remainder will be an interview.
Thank you.
So India doing it again in in these championships, their second gold so far. They've matched their women's team gold with a men's team gold. India, who just missed out on the medals in 2019 at these championships, coming in 5th. And a whole program of compound events coming up and medal events coming up throughout the day in Wroclaw in Poland. We've got the mixed team matches coming up, the bronze and the gold medal matches in the mixed teams. And then it'll be, the focus will shift to the individuals with the women's bronze and gold and the men's bronze and gold matches. So plenty still to come. Let's hear now from our winner.
Congratulations for this gold medal. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. We are feeling so happy.
How was it against the USA? How did you manage to beat them?
It was really very tough match. We were nervous first before going to the match, but when we shooted, that were perfect shots.
Yeah. And you seem very excited out there. How did you prepare to win it?
We just practiced a lot, and that was way to success.
What does this mean to you?
It means a lot for us. Yeah, we are so excited. It is our first international. We three, first international.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to hear from them. And it's great to hear when they say that they were nervous going into it, because they didn't look it at all, did they? There are lots of smiles, and I think their coaches are doing a very good job of keeping them, let's say, grounded and not too worked up.
Yeah, you know, I think if, like I said before, if you come into an arena like this and you're not nervous at the gold medal match of the World Championships, then you're probably in the wrong sport. So it's completely normal to be nervous. It's all about how you deal with it. And India is such an experienced team. The coaches there know how to deal with it and help their athletes through that. And yeah, they all cope with it really well, didn't they?
Medal ceremony still to come for us to look forward to, and then we'll move on to the mixed team medal matches. Big moment for our three teams in the men's team under-18 competition, led out by Turkey, but those are our gold medal winners that you just saw from India.
Medals will be presented by World Archery Youth Vice President Bronze medal, representing Turkey.
Wroclaw, a city in Poland, used to putting on big sporting events over the years, including archery. It's quite a slick operation. Not too much hanging around for the athletes as they prepare for their, well, not just for the ceremonies, but for the matches as well. And so it's bronze for Turkey, and it's a repeat of 2019 for the country. Abdullah Aslim, Aaron Kirker and Yunus Arslan with the medals. Sawyer and Isaac Sullivan and Nathan Zimmerman. Not quite the gold of 2019, but a very close, hard-fought gold medal match. And we'll be seeing Isaac Sullivan in the men's individual a little bit later on in that bronze medal match. His brother Sawyer, by the way, will be in the gold medal match. But these are our champions in 2021 from India. It was a 5th place finish 2 years ago at the last Youth Worlds. My goodness. They've gone 4 better this time. It's gold for India, their 2nd gold of these championships.
I dziękujemy bardzo. Thank you very much. Panie i Panowie, następną konkurencją będą pojedynki drużyn mieszanych w kategorii kadetów, konkurencji łuków roczkowych. Najpierw zobaczymy the coaches and judges to the field of play.
Our feast of archery action from Wroclaw in Poland continues in these World Youth Championships. So 2 sets of medals have been awarded, and now it's time for the mixed team compound finals. We've got a bronze medal match and a gold medal match coming your way live from Wroclaw. And first up, it's the bronze medal match between Mexico and Turkey. Turkey, closest to us on the screen in the white, represented by Hazel Burun and Abdullah Azal. And Mexico sees Celine Rodriguez and Diego Borbolla in action for them. So if you've been watching earlier on with the team competition, obviously a slightly different, well, similar format, just different numbers really. So we've got 2 archers instead of 3 per team. And we will have 4 ends of 4 arrows. Now, are there different tactics and strategies, Nikki, going into the mixed team?
No, not really. I mean, again, the archers can decide their order, so they might mix it up and put one archer first and then last in the second segment. So I guess that's the main tactics you can change.
Celine Rodriguez, 17 years old. With the first arrow of the match, and it's a 9. And that'll be just a huge relief to have got that away. Hazel Burun. Wow, what a way to start for Burun. Abdullah Aslim with Turkey's second. So all square after the first set of arrows. Different time limits, Nikki, in this.
Yeah, so it just averages 20 seconds an arrow. So 80 seconds for the team. So a 9 for their final arrow. And a gap at the end of the first end. A gap begins to appear between the 2 teams.
10, 9, 9, 8. Target 1, 9, 9, 10, X.
The second arrows from the Turkish team both going high right, suggesting it might be conditions. Both going the same way. Looking down the range, we can see the flags on top of the targets going to the right as well. So again, they've got to keep their eye on the conditions, on the flags around them, making sure they're aiming off as they need to.
Yeah, a complete change in wind direction, isn't it, from the earlier matches where it was coming straight at them. Now from left to right. Straight back into the groove for the Turks. Trying to make up for a couple of slips the previous two arrows. She has quite a long hole, doesn't she, Rodriguez?
Yeah, I mean, it can vary archer to archer certainly, but you're just looking for consistency. So the archer doing the same thing every time is best, really. So these archers shooting a handheld release from Mexico, and the Turkish are shooting. All of the archers from Turkey we've seen so far actually have shot a wrist release. So you see the strap around the wrist, and then shooting with the index finger. Tends to be a faster method because they tend to kind of consciously decide to shoot the arrow. Just pushing the trigger with their finger. The difference with the handheld release aid, you see here, is the archer's probably going to get more back tension, so she's trying to push and pull through the shot, and then the release, I can't see the release aid on this one, but it's either a hinge or a trigger to try and set that off.
Left-handed Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Being left-handed,
this hand.
I spot it because it always looks the more natural way of firing the arrow.
Are you left-handed?
Yep.
Yeah.
When you watch as a lefty, when you watch a right-hander, you wonder how they do it.
I think the feeling's mutual.
9, 9. Target 1, 9, 9, X, 8.
I'm just waiting for the score, the official score to update, but I think the Turks may have got a point back on Mexico.
The Turkish have been upgraded. They had a liner. It's been upgraded from the 8 to the 9, so I believe the scores are tied at It's 74 apiece. As we're tied up, we go back to the original shooting order. Mexico to shoot first.
So halfway through the match, there's nothing to separate these two teams as they fight it out for bronze. Mexico took the gold in this competition in 2019. Can they come away with a medal in 2021?
Again, I think that wind is potentially playing a factor. I mean, hear it on the microphone, see it in the background, the flags, pushing to the right. It's just died down again.
He's not fazed by that. So 110 for Mexico, 100 and... Well, again, we'll have to wait for confirmation of that Mexico score because it could be 111. But right now, let's just focus on Turkey. 9 points behind as things stand. And it's a 10. So we'll wait for the agents to go down and do their work. Wait for confirmation of the Mexican score.
Target 2, 10, 9, 10, 8. Target 1, 10, 8, 10, 9.
Another look at that end with a bit of coaching from the Mexican. And the scores all at the moment. See if the judges agree.
So I think we're all tied up, 111 apiece. Very close match.
Wow, so going into this final end then, absolutely nothing to separate the two teams. It's as we were at the end of the second end. So the pressure is on. 2 arrows for each archer. And disappointment for Rodriguez. Can Bobola make that up? Excellent arrow from Barun. And Aslim seems to have a much kind of more natural technique.
He just looks calm, doesn't he? Barun sort of takes her time to set the shot up and really sort of slide down her face, and just takes a bit longer. But yeah, Aslim just relaxed and puts it in the middle.
Another 8 from Rodriguez. Bobola with a 10, so 146 for Mexico. That's the target for Turkey. Final arrow for Turkey. Needs a 6 or more, and he gets it. And unofficially, the bronze medal goes to Turkey. And it was that final end that proved crucial. So close, matching each other. I think Rodriguez will be pondering her final 2 arrows. So we await confirmation, but unofficially 146 to 150, the final score.
Już wszystko jasne. Sędziowie pokazali to Państwo widzieli, a my złożymy serdeczne gratulacje dla zespołu Turcji, który wygrał ten mecz o brązowy medal.
So it was a really close match, and in the end it was the first and the final ends that decided it. Mexico dropping, Turkey dropping a couple of points on the Mexicans in the first end, but then making that up in the second, matching each other second, third end, and it was that final end in which we saw Rodriguez drop to 2 8s, get 2 8s on her arrows. That made the difference.
Yeah, it's a really tight match, wasn't it, until the last end there, and a shame for Mexico just to drop a few points, but fantastic shooting from Turkey. Great win.
means that Turkey have now picked up a medal in the men's team. They picked up a bronze. They've now got a bronze in the mixed. And of course it was a silver in the women's team event. So terrific performance from Turkey. But now we move on to the mixed team gold medal match. It's India against the USA. It's a repeat of the men's team match, which saw India come out on top. But what will happen this time round as we get presented to Priya Gurjar and Kushal Dalal of India. Sullivan and Briech Ochnich representing the USA. And Nikki, teams sit and watch the previous match, or are they somewhere behind the scenes just talking things through, focusing their minds? What do you think is the general kind of way of doing things?
They'll be called into the holding room just before their match, so they won't have the opportunity to watch the match before theirs. So sometimes you'll put a member of the team out to watch and just see, because these archers would have shot on a practice field nearby and the conditions might be slightly different to where the finals field is. So you send someone out from the team to watch the first arrow of each match just to see, you know, is there a difference for the sight mark and that sort of thing. But just before the match they'll be in the holding room and just probably running through their routines and visualising some good shots.
So both these Indian archers have already appeared in a medal match today. Dalal there has already won the men's team. First appearance for Ochnich today. So 9 for her. But we've seen Sawyer Sullivan in action already in that silver medal win in the men's team. Dalal just 16 years old at his first World Championships. Doesn't look phased, does he?
He's loving every minute of it.
Four end of 4 arrows. At the end of that first end, unofficially, it's 39-35 to India.
Target number 1. 10, 9, 10.
Well, that's just been upgraded with a line cutter. So USA with 36, India 39. 3-point deficit.
So already 3 points in it, with just one end gone. And given how India are performing at the moment, that's already quite a tall ask of the USA. So the 80 seconds starts again. I notice some archers are sort of ready to go as soon as they step up. Others take a little bit longer.
Yeah, as long as like you're in your 20 seconds, you know, you can take that time that you need. There's no point rushing the shots. But you know, you've got to get them off within that 20 seconds really. Otherwise you'll be pushing it as a team within your 80 seconds.
Big day for Gurjar. 3 medal matches on her schedule. It's her second.
So 1 point regained by the USA. Only a 2-point deficit now.
Final 2 arrows at the end for India. The Indians just looking so strong at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. I just love Della's reaction when he comes off the line and shot 10. The reinforcement of, you know, a great shot, and it's fantastic to see.
USA having 1 arrow checked.
Target number 1, 9, 9, 10, 10. Target number 2, 10, 9, 8, 10.
So one of the USA arrows upgraded then, so I think that gives them 73.
9, 10, 10. Target number 2, 10, 9, 8, 10. Target number 1, 9, 9, 10, 10. Target number 2, 10, 9, 8, 10.
10
So the USA still playing catch up. Halfway through this gold medal match. It's 77 to 73.
And it's the same even for all matches. Okay.
Some smiles from the Americans. Looks like they've sort of eased into this match now. They seemed quite tense in the early ends. Ten and a fist punch. You get the routine. So the previous two arrows, both tens. There's another one. So an excellent third end from the USA.
Both teams on that end, interestingly, both starting to run out of time. You can hear the countdown being called on them. Just a couple of seconds left for each of them. Both delivering a 10 though.
So the USA making up a point on India in that third end.
10.
Next 10.
10, 10.
10, 10. Thank you.
Number 1. 10.
Yeah, an excellent third end for the USA. Perfect score, 4 10s, 40.
Target number 1, 9, 10, 10, 10. Target number 2, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yep, confirmation of that perfect score for the USA in N3, but they still have a bit of a mountain to climb.
113 confirmed.
Still 3 points separating these two teams. Final end. So USA to go first as the trailing team. They have just 4 arrows now to try and overturn India and take that gold from them. Can Sawyer Sullivan match his teammate with another 10? He does. Now it's about standing back and watching to see if India drops some points. A 10 and a 9 for India. So the 3-point gap is now a 2-point gap. Pressure is on for both sides. Another 10 for Sawyer Sullivan. So we're calling it 152 for the USA. That third shot was a 9. 10 for India. Eight or more to win.
Six, 5, 3.
And he's done it. Another 10 from Kushal Dalal, the 16-year-old. He celebrates. And that will be India's third gold medal of these championships. Absolute dominant form, the Indian team. But a great performance from the USA as well, Nikki.
Yeah, really good performance. They just dropped too many points in the first end, didn't they? You know, they came back throughout the match, but sadly that first end was enough to keep them behind all the way. And fantastic shooting from India, just invincible performance again from them, and a well-deserved gold medal.
152 confirmed.
Gratulacje dla drużyny Indii. Złoty medal. Wywalczony w konkurencji.
Well, India missed out on a medal in the mixed team event in 2019, just coming in fourth. Often described as the worst position to end a competition in. Well, this time there's no mistake. They go home with the gold.
Jakie są już w miejscu. No.
So Kushal Dalal celebrating his final arrow that confirmed the gold medal, which happens to be his second off the back of the men's team victory. And India really dominant in this competition. Haven't seen the Koreans. They've chosen to focus on other events at the moment, the Korean team. So a few countries chosen to stay away, but
Hello.
luckily
Priya,
for us, India have
congratulations.
not.
Third gold medal for India. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very proud and I'm very happy for the 3 gold medals, and we have more matches ahead.
Because how do you work together with your teammate to secure this medal?
Yeah, we practiced a lot for that combinations of team, and we did our best.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Short and sweet interview with our winners of the mixed team event, and Priya Gurjar saying, yeah, well, we've got more medal matches coming up. Well, they have, and she will be in the gold medal match in the women's individual. And that will come up after we watch the bronze medal. So still to come then, just to recap. In these World Championships, we've got the individual women's under-18 matches in bronze and gold, and then the same for the under-18s men's individual. But before that, we'll take a pause and we'll enjoy the medal ceremony for the mixed team event, led out this time by Turkey, who've taken bronze.
Bronze medal, medal brązowy, representing Turkey.
So it has Al Barun and Abdullah Aslim on the right there, who represented Turkey. They get the bronze medal. And that is Turkey's third medal of these championships. They've been in fine form. They got a silver in the women's team, a bronze in the men's team, and now a bronze in the mixed team as well.
Silver medal, medal Srebrny, representing United States of America.
So both those Turkish archers already medalists here, and now the United States, represented by Brielle Ochnich and Sawyer Sullivan. It's silver for them, matching the silver that was won by the USA in 2019.
Gold medal, silver medal, representing India.
Well done, Priya Gurjar and Kushal Dalal. It's gold again, India's third of these championships. And it may not be the last, because they have Priya Gurjar going again in the women's individual.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of India. Panie i panowie, proszę o powstanie do odsłuchania hymnu narodowego Indii. Ladies and gentlemen,
So another Indian victory in the mixed. Silver went to the USA. It's bronze to Turkey. So congratulations to our medal winners. And the competition continues with the individual men, and before that, the individual women's medal matches.
Proszę Państwa, teraz przed nami będą konkurencje finały indywidualne. Na początek mecz o brązowy medal kadetów konkurencji roczkowej.
Time to get underway with our third set of medal matches, and this time it's in the under-18 women's individual competition as we continue these World Championships, these Youth World Championships from Wroclaw in Poland. Nicky Hunt still with me in commentary, and looking forward to watching Hallie Bolton of Great Britain in action against Harneet Kaur of India. Years old, British archer. She faces another 16-year-old, Harneet Kaur. Rest of the British and Indian teams out supporting their teammates. We're about to get underway in the bronze medal match. Wow, what a way to start, eh?
Taking out the spider on your first shot, not too bad.
So 3 arrows for Kaur. .28 for the Indian. Oof, Bolton getting a 7. So already we have a 3-point gap between the two archers.
Target 2, X99.
Still plenty of arrows to go. It's 5 ends of 3 arrows in the individual competition.
Target 2, 10, 9, 9. Confirm.
Bolton of Great Britain playing catch up. Kaur looking for her 2nd medal of the day at these championships. Already won gold in the team event. And that's the 3rd arrow for Bolton. And if you've been watching earlier and watching some of the team events, there's a lot less time to think, isn't there?
Yeah, it's very quick, alternating between the archers. They've got 20 seconds an arrow to shoot. So yeah, Haley's just making some errors to the left, whether that's over aiming off maybe. We've seen a lot of the wind conditions going from left to right so far today, and she's either kind of getting them right in the middle or off to the left there. So an adjustment to a sight through the end there to try and help. And you can hear Sophie Meering in her box there just telling her to just keep pulling. So she's shooting a back tension release aid, a hinge I think, and she's just got to keep that balance all the way through the shot.
The team's doing their best to create an atmosphere at this empty stadium. Obviously the COVID restrictions, as we saw at the Olympic Games, meaning that we don't have a crowd in. And I wonder actually, you know, at this level, when you're 16 years old, if it makes it easier, takes the pressure off a little bit, not having a crowd in. You can almost pretend it's just a training session. What do you think, Nikki?
Yeah, I think most archers want to be quiet and calm and in their bubble, and the noise might, you know, be less beneficial for them. So I think, yeah, certainly, you know, you look at the Olympics and empty stands there. I think as a sport, it's probably better for the archers perhaps to try and keep the pressure off, but some archers love it. So yeah, it's a difference in what you prefer, really.
Given some of the Indian celebrations we saw, especially some of the lads, I suspect they thrive on a loud grandstand full of fans.
Yeah, India absolutely love it. They love the noise, being a part of it all the way through. So yeah, they'll be quite used to it.
So there we have it. After 3 ends then, India with quite an advantage. It was a 6-point advantage going into that 3rd end. Now it's 7 to be confirmed.
8, 9, 10, 32, 9, 10, 9.
And watching back some of these shots, just get the feeling that Parneet Kaur of India is just that much more consistent than the British archer. So 7 points in it now as we begin the penultimate end. Britain on 78, trying to catch India's 85. Kaur's made 4 10s already. And that's her 5th. Nice shot from Bolton. That will give her a bit of confidence. Bolton coming good on this 4th end. Kaur, by her standards, having a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, I think Hayley just looked really more relaxed, didn't she, going into that end? She's got, as I say, Sophie Meeran in her box. They had a good giggle in the interim, waiting for the arrows, and she came off smiling, which is where you want to be, nice and relaxed and just getting herself into the match now. But
what the coach is
4
trying
point
to do
deficit.
now, isn't it? Using the crowd, the teammates, to try and just take her mind off things. So Hayley Bolton currently on 107 to Parneet Kaur of India's 111. So 4 points in it, and she has closed the deficit a little bit on that 4th end. Final end, final 3 arrows for each of these archers to decide who will go home with the bronze. 35 total. Final arrow from Kaur. And that's done it. That's enough to win the bronze medal. Another medal to add to their tally for India. It's bronze for the 16-year-old Parneet Kaur. Just a very confident performance, wasn't it, Nikki?
Yeah, you know, we've seen so much success already from India so far this morning, and another great performance, a really experienced team and fantastic shooting from Kaur. Haley just dropped too many points early on, some strong arrows coming back, and I'm sure she'll learn a lot from this experience and be back stronger.
Looking at her arrows there, how do the arrows differ, you know, from team to team, from archer to archer?
Most archers in compound will be shooting like a plastic vein stuck onto the arrow shaft, so they're pretty similar. Other than that, we all use 3 fletchings, equally spaced. There might be a little bit difference in how far they're placed from the nocks down the arrow shafts, and that's usually to reflect any kind of contact on the face or anything like that. You don't want anything like that. So, but otherwise, pretty standard.
So it's a bronze medal to India then. That's their 4th medal in these championships. And coming up next, we will see the men's under-18, sorry, the women's under-18 medal match for gold and silver. Mexico against India in the compound individual under-18 women's competition. This is the gold medal match. Both these women have a medal, but what colour will it be at the end of these 5 ends? So it's Helen Rodriguez representing Mexico. And over on that far side, it's Priya Gurjar of India representing her country. And we've seen both these competitors already today in the other medal matches, with Celine Rodriguez competing in the bronze medal match in the mixed team event. It's now on a medal then. Nikki Hunt with me in commentary. 5 ends of 3 arrows per archer. And Gurjar gets things underway with a 9. Nikki, what do you think? More pressure in a gold medal match going into it, or in a bronze medal match like the one we've just seen?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you on the bronze medal match, you just want to get your medal. You want to get your feet on that podium and a medal around your neck. But hey, this is a world championship title up for grabs here, and either one of these archers wants to be known as that world champion winner, you know, back in 2021. So it's important. They want to win.
Gurjar, 17 years old. Rodriguez also 17. 10 with her third arrow of the end.
Target 2. 10, 9,
And Rodriguez actually beat Parneet Kaur, who's just won the bronze. She beat her in the semis to come through to this gold medal match. It was a close match though, just a point separating the Mexican and the Indian. Taking a good look at that arrow.
Target 1. 10, 9, 9.
It was a very important arrow. Very important arrow indeed, because that means the scores are only a point apart rather than 2.
Target 1, 9, 9, 10.
So you know it brings them both to 28 apiece.
9, 9, 10. 28.
So the first end sets this match up nicely. Nothing to separate the two. Rodriguez had a couple of disappointing arrows that some would say decided that bronze medal going to Turkey in the mixed team event. And she'll be looking to put those arrows behind her, move on, and come out fighting once again, which she certainly has done. Priya Gurjar there with her first arrow of the second end. She's a medal winner at the Asian Championships. But whatever medal she comes away with from this match, it will undoubtedly be the best result of her individual career. Second 10 of the match for Rodriguez. Slightly wayward to the left. Gurjar making it up with her final arrow of the end. 7 points in it. And another 10 for Rodriguez, who right now looks to be on fire.
Target 2. 6, 9. 1, 10, 9, 7.
So the match has just slipped in the favour of the Mexican Celine Rodriguez. And what will the coach be saying to Gurjar of India?
They'll just be saying, you know, keep calm, stick with your process, keep your normal routine. You know, it's not over till it's over. We've got 3 more ends to go here. It's only a 2-point deficit. You know, she can come back with 3-point deficit now. So, you know, she can definitely come back from this.
we get underway with the third end of 5.
I think Gurjar got hit with a massive gust of wind on that first arrow, making it incredibly tricky. Dropping an 8 there.
8 from her. So, back on form with the final arrow of the third end for Gurjar with a 10. And her total to 80. Rodriguez stays ahead. So 4 points in it now, 84 to 80.
9. Target 1, 10, 8, 8.
Impression the judge was just picking her up on something there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what. Maybe approaching the line or something like that.
She didn't seem particularly fazed by it. But Rodriguez, what a performance in. That's 3 10s from the Indian.
80,
Yeah, in tricky conditions as well. It's definitely variable out there. These gusts are quite difficult for the archers to, readjust for. Knowing where to aim and is it enough to need to aim off or not. So yeah, it's not easy.
3 9s for Rodriguez in the third end. So 4 points in it, going into end 4, the penultimate end. Gurjar currently sitting on 80. Rodriguez on 84. Gurjar looking for her 3rd gold medal of these championships. She looks over at her coach and would say, how did that happen? What am I doing? Mexicans giving their support to their archer. Currently on 111. It's not the official score yet, we'll wait for that, but 111 to 107. exactly the same score as we were at going into the final end of the bronze medal match that was won by Parneet Kaur of India. But it's a long way back for Gurjar now. You get the feeling Rodriguez is just brimming with confidence now. End 5, final end, final 3 arrows. Priya Gurjar goes into it with a 4-point deficit. Best of starts to the end. So matching each other with their second arrows. Final arrow for Gurjar. Gets the 10. She can do no more, and now she has to wait and watch and hope that Rodriguez gets this wrong. But it would be a big mistake if she did. Need a really big mistake. And it's a 10. And so it's gold to Rodriguez. Celine Rodriguez of Mexico, the 17-year-old, takes Mexico's first medal of these championships. She just missed out on the bronze in the mixed team event, but not so in the individual. She has sealed the deal in the gold medal match. And Celine Rodriguez is the youth world champion. Nikki, where do these medals stand in an archer's career?
I mean, for a junior, as I say, like, this is the biggest tournament you could possibly do, really, at junior level. So to be a world champion is a fantastic thing to have on your CV as you're moving through the ranks. And you know, I'm sure these archers are going to convert into the senior ranks. We're probably going to see them on the senior World Cup circuit in, you know, shortly to come, really. We certainly have some 17, 18-year-olds who come through, and some of them even come through in the first World Cup and come out and win it. So, you know, a lot of these archers can convert quite quickly into the senior level.
And is there a process for that sort of promotion to senior level, or is it the coaches watching and deciding, yep, you know, you're ready, up you go?
I mean, that's something that's, you know, obviously individual to each country and their own selection procedures. But generally speaking, because they're shooting the same rounds, compounds at least, you know, 50-meter rounds, same distance as the seniors. I mean, their scores are comparable. So if you're shooting scores that are as good as or better than the seniors, then you're likely to get selected for the team. So you've got to go out there and keep bringing good, consistent performances, and, you know, get selected by your country.
Right, well, let's hear now from our winner, Celine Rodriguez.
Celine, felicitaciones por este oro. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Muchas gracias. Muy emocionada. Es algo que nunca había sentido, nunca había estado en un mundial.
Tuviste una campaña perfecta aquí en Polonia, rankeaste primero y luego te llevas el oro.
No, me ranqueé en 15, pero sí, sí fue oro.
¿Cómo se siente? ¿Qué significa esta medalla para ti?
Todo, no sé, se siente muy, no sé, emocionante, como que tiemblo.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias, Elena.
So, very excited and emotional, Celine Rodriguez, who at 17 is the youth world champion in the women's individual of under-18. So it was gold for Mexico, and in a few moments' time, we will have the medal ceremony for the individual under-18 cadet girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the compound cadet women. Pani i panowie, ceremonia wręczenia medali w konkurencji indywidualnej kadetek, konkurencji ruchu kroczkowym.
Well, time now to celebrate our medalists in the individual women's under-18 event.
Bronze medal. Medal brązowy representing India.
Parneet Kaur of India steps onto the podium to claim her bronze medal, the first bronze for India at these championships. They've got plenty of the other colours, but this is their first bronze. 16 years old, and undoubtedly her biggest win of her career so far for Parneet Kaur. And another medal for India. For Priya Gurjar, it's a silver medal. And that means India have now got 3 golds, 1 silver and 1 bronze.
Gold medal. Złoty medal. Representing
A big step up to that winner's podium for Helen Rodriguez, the 17-year-old Mexican who is our youth world champion and takes not just the first gold, but the first medal of these championships for Mexico. And that will be the last time we see those countries on the podium at these, well, today in the under-18 category. So congratulations to Mexico and India, who win those 3 medals in the women's individual. Countries represented in the men's individual, the final event in the under-18s are Slovenia, the USA and Israel. And the bronze medal match between Shamai Yamron of Israel and Isaac Sullivan of the USA is coming up in a few moments.
Panowie, teraz czeka nas pojedynek o brązowy medal w konkurencji indywidualnej kadetów w łukach loczkowych.
We're live from Wroclaw in Poland at the World Archery Youth Championships, and we're down to the final event of the morning session, and it is the medal matches in the under-18s individual boys events. And first up is the bronze medal match between Israel and the USA. The USA on the right of the screen, represented by Isaac Sullivan, competing in his second final of these championships. But this is Shammai Yamrom. Both these archers, 16 years old. And making their debut on the international stage. Nicky Hunt still with me in commentary. And these two archers, you know, they've waited a long time to get to their individual medal match. Does that cause its own problem?
You know, I think it's just getting your timings right in terms of getting to the field and the practice field in the right time, and then, you know, getting yourself mentally warmed up and ready for it.
Yamrom with his first arrow. It's 5 ends of 3 arrows in the individual compound. And they're matching each other like for like with those early arrows. Isaac Sullivan already here in the men's team event.
X9.
Waiting for confirmation, but make it 28 to Yamrom, 29 to Sullivan.
Target number 1, X, 9, 9. Target number 2, 10, 10, 9. 28, 29, confirm.
Yamron never won a medal at international level. Can he change that today? Second end of 5, first arrow for the Israeli. It seems to me as if the wind has dropped considerably from the earlier matches we've been watching, Nikki.
Yeah, we can see the flags in the background there, much stiller now, making the conditions a little bit easier.
Women's shooting rate was faster than this men's match. Seem to be taking their time more. It's certainly paying off for Isaac Sullivan. But got to wait to have it confirmed, but those were perfect scores from both men.
10.
Number 1, X, X, 10, 10.
Target number 1, 10, 10, 10. Target number 2, 10, 10, 10.
Are there different techniques for different parts of the world when it comes to compound?
I think, well, the main differences of compound and the way to shoot it is whether you shoot a conscious shot or an unconscious shot. And certainly different regions teach that in different ways. Like we saw a lot of the Turkish archers shooting with a wrist release, for example. That's more of a conscious shot. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest difference we see.
And conscious and unconscious?
So come into full draw, you know, watch this archer, come into anchor, and then put his thumb, he can put his thumb on a trigger, and whether he's deciding to shoot now would be a conscious shot, or whether he's putting his thumb there and just thinking about pushing and pulling and relaxing and the shot just going off. So they're the two differences in the way to shoot compound, really. Most people want to shoot unconsciously, so they're not thinking about setting that release aid off, but we have certainly seen some archers coming through more recently who are shooting very well with a conscious shot. So yeah, there's definitely pros and cons of each.
And is it something you can spot when you've got you know, an eye for it?
Yeah, certainly. So you know, an unconscious shot, you get more of a reaction, whereas a conscious shot, you don't see much go on. You just see, sometimes you can see a movement of the thumb, other times not so much, but you don't see much body movement. So the archers that tend to have like a bit more follow through, power front and back, it looks more of an unconscious shot, really. Whereas I think Sullivan's a little bit less movement, although I think he's shooting back tension. His thumb is off the peg, I can see there.
Oh, that was another 10 for Isaac Sullivan. And that could give him another points advantage over the Israeli. I know, so they did match each other once again on that third end.
Target number 1, 10, 9, 10. Target number 2, 9, 10, 10.
Certainly, just looking at them, it seems that Sullivan is just a little bit more relaxed, possibly, than Yamron.
Yeah, I think the same. I think Yamron just looks a bit more tense, doesn't he? Certainly between ends, lots of deep breathing and quite sort of tense, I think. So, yeah, just got to try and calm himself as much as possible. Shooting really well, some high scores here. Got to keep doing his thing.
So that clock counting down now, the 20 seconds he has. Maybe he felt that he didn't get that away quite as well as he wanted to. Still a 9 though. And a 9 for the American as well. So little to separate these two. Sullivan match that 10 and keep his 1 point advantage. I think that was a 9.
It was near the line, wasn't it? That we're going to have to wait for confirmation of that one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for that. But it's a 1 point advantage that Sullivan has had since the first end.
10, 9, 9.
I think they've given him a 9.
X, 10, 9.
So look at the smile on his face. That squares it up to 116 each.
9, 10, X. Target number 2, 9, 9, 10.
And Yamron, who looked so nervous and under pressure and so worried, gives us a big smile, and I wonder if that's going to turn around his fortunes now. Although, how much better can he get? You know, he's not scored below a 9.
He just needs to keep as many of these in the 10 as possible, put as much pressure back on the American as he can. Really high scoring match here.
So here we go, the final end, the final 3 arrows for each of these archers. It's all square. Can Sullivan match that 10? Yes, he does. So 9 this time for Yamron. Penultimate arrow for Sullivan. And Sullivan goes ahead of Yamron. Got a point advantage, but for a single shot, Yamron would be in the gold medal match. He missed out on a shootout. And that's 145. A 10 will win the bronze for Sullivan. Oh, it's a 9.
Oh, so close.
It's a 9.
That's going to go to a measure, though, maybe.
So, first we'll get the measured check.
Nine.
Called it a 9. 145 apiece.
So, a shoot-off it is to decide this bronze medal at these Youth World Championships.
10, 9, 10. Target number 2. 10, 10, 9.
Yep, confirmation 145 apiece. So, talk us through a shoot-off, Nikki.
So the archers are going to shoot 1 arrow each. Yamron will go first, I believe. He was shooting first originally, shooting order, and it's just closest to the middle. So even if they tie a score, closest arrow to the centre will win. So they'll probably be changing the target faces now. Nice clean target faces. If they do need to make a measure, they can.
Well, what a story for Shamai Yamron, just 16 years old, his first Youth World Championships. He missed out in a shootout with Sawyer Sullivan, who is in the gold medal match. He missed out on that by 1 single shot. Can he turn his luck around to win the bronze medal? Or will Isaac Sullivan, also 16, hold his nerve and get closer to the centre? Time to hold your breath. Closest arrow to the centre will win the bronze. Oof, oof, oof. Hard one to call. Hard one to call.
The Americans might be closer, but yeah, they're gonna have to go down and have a look at this. Both mid-9s.
I think so too, but let's wait and see what they'd say.
Get the calipers out, see, that's why they've changed those target faces.
I think Shamai Yamron shaking his head. He's not convinced that the medal is his. So close. So the bronze medal goes to Isaac Sullivan of the USA. And once again, Yamron misses out by just 1 arrow. Huge disappointment for the Israeli, who put up a huge fight. The two of them really very difficult to separate, these two archers, but in the end the bronze medal goes to Isaac Sullivan, and that is his 2nd medal of the championship after his silver in the men's team event. So congratulations to Isaac Sullivan of the USA. We have another American in the hunt, this time for the gold, Sawyer Sullivan. He will take his place against Alias Brenk of Slovenia as we watch back the highlights of this bronze medal match that was just so close. Yamron dropping a point at the very first end, making it up at the second, and then they were matched point by point, arrow by arrow, all the way to that final shootout. And I suspect the difference in the end between the winning arrow and the second placed arrow, which is that one, was just millimeters.
And now please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the compound cadet men's individual gold medal match.
Time now in Wroclaw for our final under-18 match. It's the gold medal match in the men's individual. Alias Brenk of Slovenia being introduced to the crowd, and Sullivan representing the USA. So both boys with a medal, but which colour will it be? For Sullivan of the USA, it'll be his third medal of these championships. He's already got 2 silver. Can he make it a gold this time, though? Five ends of 3 arrows each. 17 years old from Slovenia. Brenk gets a 9 with his first arrow. So 29 for Sullivan. And the 2 boys evenly matched after end 1.
So, target number 1, X 10 and 9.
X 10, 9, 29.
9.
9, 10, 10, 9, 10.
Sullivan finished 1 point off his own world record of 714 points to help the American team in the under-18 compound to a new team world record during qualifying. Quite an achievement. And took the top individual seed with his score of 713. Two silver medals already in this championship. He is a man on form, Sullivan. Second end. Nod of the head from him. It's like, that was good. Now I'm firing on all cylinders. And Nicky, I'd guess that the nerves ease as these matches unfold and you just get into your zone.
Yeah, I mean, they can do it. It can go either way. You know, as you're getting towards the end and maybe your brain's going to, you know, can I win, that sort of thing. So trying to control that as well. So, you know, I love that positive reinforcement. The head nod is all about, you know, that's like me. That is the shot I want. And yeah, it's a good place to be.
These men's medal matches are tight, aren't they? Once again, very little to separate the two.
Yeah, I think the conditions are pretty good out there now. Like we said, we saw a bit more wind, I think, gusting this morning. It seems to have settled down a little bit, and this is the kind of standard that we'd expect from these guys, even if, at this age, 50 metres, shooting lots of 10s, dropping only a few points. This is the World Championships, the top under-18s in the world.
And yeah, perfect score there for the Slovenian, just waiting for that to be confirmed. But I mean, so, we've got two 17-year-olds really shooting really well at the moment, and we've seen the highest of standards throughout the different events. Where do you, as a coach, how do you now take them to the next level? What is the next level?
I mean, ultimately, it's no different. It's just like I said before, the compound is the same distance, the same target face. If you can shoot 30 out of 30, why can't you mix it with the seniors? So it's just progressing, I guess, mentally and with your self-image that you are good enough to mix with those guys.
Already 2 medals at international competition for Brenk. 1 individual earlier this year. That was a gold at the European Youth Cup.
Interesting that I think we're getting a little bit more gusting again. Needs to take a bit more time over that shot. Coach counting him down his seconds.
Were you surprised by that?
I don't know whether he just wasn't sure had it hit the line or not.
One arrow from Brenk at this end, and it's a 10. Sullivan's still shaking his head. I think he's definitely disappointed by that last 9, but we'll wait and see if it gets upgraded. Is it on the line or not?
I think I heard it called as a 9 there. So the judge will look from both sides to make sure, can they see that it's touched the line at all. If they can't tell, if they're really not sure, they can't see any gap at all, then it's got to be called up.
Well, if it is called up for the American, that'll square the match. Get end 3 underway, and it is 87 to 88, so still a point in it. Brenk does a lot of talking to himself, I think, doesn't he? Sort of giving himself a nod. I don't think it's necessarily acknowledgement of the cheers.
No, that'll be an internal, did that feel like a good shot? Yes, it did, repeat, really important.
Sullivan seems a little unsettled. Takes another 10.
Yeah, but I think having those couple of arrows off to the left, didn't he, Sawyer? And, you know, a 9 and an 8 left. Interestingly, like, I've just noticed quite a few people on that target number 1 have arrows to the left, and I don't know if that's a coincidence or significant or, you know, what's causing that, but quite a few of the archers on that target have an arrow off to the left. So is there something, a flag or something that's telling them something to aim off or too much, or I don't know, but just a little pattern I'm seeing.
So that was Brenk's second perfect set of 10s. He did it. He got 3 10s in the second end, and again in the fourth. So currently 3 points separating these two archers going into the final end. Sawyer Sullivan, 3 arrows in which to try and close that gap of 3 points on Brenk. Starts with a 10. Ultimate
It's
arrow
just some little...
for Brenk. And it's a 9. So, last arrow for Sullivan. That's a 10, so 145 for the American. Just 8 points separating them. And Brenk has done it. Brenk wins gold. The Slovenian, 17 years old, wins his biggest tournament to date. And he's been talking to himself throughout that match, encouraging himself, shaking his head at the good arrows, and now celebrating a fine match and a fine performance. With 2 perfect scores and 2 ends. But a great match as well from the American, who has to settle for silver, his 3rd of these championships. What an achievement that is for Sawyer Sullivan. But in the end, it was a 2-point difference between 145 and 147 to Aljaž Brenk of Slovenia. So the podium awaits our medal winners. Our medal winners from Slovenia, the USA and Israel. And that match concludes our under-18s competition at these World Archery Youth Championships. We have the under-21s beginning very shortly. We'll be bringing you all those different events live. been a terrific competition for the under-18s. Really high standard, some good quality archery. And let's hear from our individual winner.
I just need to realize what just happened. Really, I don't know. I'm so happy. I was shooting great. Every shot was clean, and I don't know. I'm happy.
You just upset the number first seed here in Wroclaw. Did you think that you had a chance to beat him?
Actually, not really, but I thought I had chance, but I need to, you know, did great job and everything, and yeah, I did it.
You're still very young, and this is your first world title. So what's next for you?
Yeah, it's my first world championship, so now we need to train for the Yankton World Championship this year, and we're going on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very excited, very emotional. Aljax Brenk of Slovenia winning gold at these Youth World Championships. And Nikki, as a coach, it's also important, you know, to help these athletes enjoy those gold medal winning moments, because there tends to be a sort of a habit of, you know, just going back to training, getting back on the treadmill. Okay, great, I've won it, I've got to move on. But it's important to savor those victories as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, and for him, he talked about, you know, shooting really clean shots all the way through, and he's got to keep that with him, the ability to shoot the shots the way he wanted to under that pressure. So I'm sure that's something he'll hold on to. And he talked about going to Yankton later this year for the Senior World Championships as well. And if he can go out and shoot 147s, he can mix it with the seniors. So yeah, good luck to him.
Well, medal ceremony coming up in just a moment. Time now for the men's individual under-18 medals. At the last Worlds, they were won by Mexico, Russia and Turkey. So 3 different countries taking the medals in 2021.
Bronze medal, medal bronzowy, representing United States of America.
Isaac Sullivan, who won that bronze medal in a shootout against Shammai Yamrom of Israel. 16 years old. Bronze medal for him to add to his silver in the men's team event. And another Sullivan on the second place podium. Depending on events, the protocol for being presented your medal differs. So some events you help yourself, other events you're presented. So a bit of confusion there for our silver medalist, Sawyer Sullivan.
Gold medal, Swampy medal, representing Slovenia.
Slovenia with their only medal in these under-18 Youth World Championships. But what a medal it is. It is gold for Aljax Brenk. And what a performance in that gold medal match. All 10s except for just 3 9. So a total score of 147 for the Slovenian. And time for him to take a moment to celebrate.
Slovenia. Panie i panowie, proszę o powstanie i odsłuchanie hymnu narodowego Słowenii.
So the teams of other archers in the grandstand, give a round of applause to our medalists in the men's individual under-18 event, and it's gold for Slovenia. The golds shared across the different events by India, who took 3 in the women's, the men's and the mixed teams. Mexico took the women's individual and Slovenia took the men's individual. So those were the gold medals shared. USA taking 3 silvers and a bronze in total, and Turkey as well doing extremely well with 2 bronze and a silver as well. So it's been a fascinating under-18 event. What's impressed you most, Nikki?
I think individually, probably Brenka Slovenia as an individual shooting a 147 out of 100 at 150, and then as a team, wow, invincible India taking every team medal gold that there was available. Fantastic shooting from them.
So that's the compound cadets or under-18s sorted, and we have a full program for the under-21s, and we will be bringing you that live a little bit later on. So that's the team events in the mix, the men's and the women's, and then the individual events as well in the under-21 compounds. So we'll see you for that in a little while.